Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Ancient Origins of Swamp Magic. Long before the Ministry of Magic regulated the boundaries between the magical and mundane worlds, long before Hogwarts rose from the Scottish Highlands, there existed places where magic pooled and gathered like morning mist over still waters. These were the ancient Swamplands, where the earth itself seemed to breathe with mystical energy, and where the very air shimmered with possibilities that few wizards dared to explore. In the earliest days of magical discovery, when witches and wizards were still learning to harness the forces that flowed through their veins, they found themselves drawn to these mysterious wetland realms. The swamps called to them with a voice as old as time itself, whispering secrets that could only be understood by those brave enough to wade through the murky waters and navigate the shifting paths between the ancient trees. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of one such primordial swampland, where the boundary between land and water blurs into something altogether more magical. The air here carries a weight that speaks of centuries upon centuries of accumulated enchantment, thick and sweet with the scent of blooming marsh flowers and the earthy richness of fertile mud. Spanish moss drapes from the gnarled branches like nature's own tapestries, swaying gently in breezes that seem to carry echoes of long-forgotten incantations. The earliest magical practitioners discovered that swamplands possessed a unique quality that set them apart from all other magical environments. Unlike the focused energy of mountain peaks or the wild chaos of stormy seas, swamp magic moved with a patient, deliberate rhythm that mirrored the slow pulse of the wetland ecosystem itself. Here, magic didn't rush or surge, but instead flowed like honey through water, permeating every root, every blade of marsh grass, every droplet of moisture that hung suspended in the humid air. These ancient wizards observed that spells cast within swampland boundaries took on characteristics unlike anything they had experienced before. Charms seemed to linger longer, their effects deepening and enriching like wine aging in oak barrels. Transfiguration work became more fluid, more organic, as if the magic itself had learned from the countless transformations that occurred naturally in the wetland cycle. Even the simplest lighting charm would glow with an otherworldly luminescence, casting dancing shadows that seemed to tell stories of their own. The bog waters themselves became vessels of magical discovery. When early potion makers dipped their cauldrons into these mystical pools, they found that their brews took on properties that no amount of ingredient substitution could replicate elsewhere. The water carried within it the essence of thousands of magical plants, the lingering energy of countless magical creatures, and the accumulated wisdom of seasons upon seasons of magical growth and renewal. As you walk deeper into this ancient swampland in your mind's eye, you begin to understand why these environments captured the imagination of the earliest magical communities. The swamp doesn't simply contain magic. It breathes it, lives it, dreams it into existence with every sunrise and sunset. The very ground beneath your feet pulses with a vitality that speaks to something primal in the magical consciousness, something that recognizes this place as a cradle of power older than recorded history. The trees that grow in these magical wetlands tell stories spanning millennia. Their rings hold not just the passage of years, but the memory of every spell that has been cast in their shade, every magical creature that has sought shelter beneath their branches, every witch or wizard who has come seeking the unique gifts that only swamp magic can provide. When the wind moves through their leaves, it carries whispers of ancient incantations, the echoes of long-lost magical dialects that once shaped the very foundations of wizarding knowledge. Archaeological evidence suggests that some of the world's first magical settlements were built on stilts above these primordial swamplands, their inhabitants learning to work in harmony with the ebb and flow of the mystical tides. These early magical communities developed practices and traditions that would influence wizarding culture for generations to come, their innovations in swamp magic laying the groundwork for magical techniques that we still use today. The creatures that made their homes in these ancient wetlands were unlike any others in the magical world. They evolved alongside the unique magical properties of their environment, developing abilities and characteristics that reflected the patient, persistent nature of swamp magic itself. These beings became the first teachers of swamp magic to human wizards, sharing their knowledge through bonds of mutual respect and understanding that transcended the usual barriers between species. From these humble, misty beginnings, swamp magic spread throughout the wizarding world, carried by traveling witches and wizards who had experienced its transformative power firsthand. They brought with them not just new spells and techniques, but an entirely different way of thinking about magic itself, one that emphasized patience, persistence, and the deep interconnectedness of all magical things. The influence of these ancient swampland discoveries can still be felt in modern magical practice. The patience required for proper potion brewing, the careful observation needed for successful herbology, the gentle persistence that characterizes the most effective healing magic. All these fundamental aspects of wizarding education can trace their roots back to lessons first learned in the misty depths of primordial magical swamplands. As the centuries passed and magical knowledge became more systematized, the ancient wisdom of swamp magic never disappeared entirely. It simply went deeper, like water seeping into rich earth, becoming part of the foundation upon which all other magical knowledge was built. Even today, when young witches and wizards first learn to feel the flow of magic within themselves, they are unknowingly connecting with traditions that began in these mystical wetland realms thousands of years ago. The legacy of swamp magic reminds us that some of the most powerful magical discoveries come not from dramatic moments of revelation, but from patient observation and gentle persistence, like the slow growth of marsh grass, or the gradual accumulation of magical energy in bog waters. The most profound magical truths often reveal themselves only to those willing to wait, to watch, and to learn from the wisdom that flows as naturally as water through the ancient swamplands of our magical heritage. What ancient wisdom might still lie hidden in the misty depths of the world's magical swamplands, waiting patiently for the next generation of witches and wizards brave enough to seek it out. Chapter 2. The Magical Properties of Bog Plants. Beneath the gentle canopy of swamp willows and ancient cypress trees, where morning mist dances between the cattails and water lilies, lies a botanical treasury that has captivated herbologists for countless generations. Tonight, we venture into the floating gardens of the magical wetlands, where extraordinary plants have evolved to harness the unique properties of bog magic in ways that continue to amaze even the most experienced potion masters and healers. Picture yourself gliding silently through these mystical waters in a small boat, the hull cutting through patches of emerald duckweed that sparkle with an inner luminescence. The air around you is heavy with moisture and magic, carrying the sweet fragrance of night-blooming marsh orchids and the earthy scent of fertile peat that has been accumulating magical properties for millennia. Each breath you take seems to infuse your very being with the patient energy that characterizes all swamp magic. The bog plants that flourish in these enchanted wetlands represent some of the most remarkable adaptations in the entire magical plant kingdom. Unlike their terrestrial cousins that draw sustenance from solid earth and predictable rainfall, these aquatic marvels have learned to thrive in the shifting boundary between water and land, in conditions where magical energy flows as freely as the tides that feed their roots. Consider the magnificent whispering lotus, whose pale pink petals unfurl only during the 3 nights surrounding the new moon. These ethereal blooms float like small boats upon the dark mirror of bog water, their surfaces reflecting not just the starlight above, but glimpses of potential futures that skilled diviners have learned to interpret. The lotus roots, when properly harvested and prepared, yield an ingredient so potent in clarity-enhancing potions that a single dried petal can sharpen magical perception for days. Growing alongside these mystical lotuses, you might discover the remarkable bog sage, a plant whose silvery leaves seem to shimmer with their own inner light. This extraordinary herb possesses the unique ability to absorb and concentrate the magical emanations of nearby creatures and spells, storing this energy within its cellular structure like a living battery. Potion makers prize bog sage not just for its flavor-enhancing properties, but for its ability to amplify the magical potency of other ingredients, turning a simple healing draught into an elixir of remarkable restorative power. The waters themselves nurture plants that exist nowhere else in the magical world. Drift among the gentle currents, and you'll encounter the elusive mist moss, a translucent aquatic plant that seems more spirit than substance. This ghostly vegetation has the extraordinary property of rendering other plants nearly invisible when they grow in close proximity, creating natural camouflage that has protected sacred groves and hidden gardens for centuries. Herbologists theorize that mist moss achieves this effect by bending light around itself and nearby plants, though the exact magical mechanism remains one of botany's most intriguing mysteries. Deeper in the swamp, where the water runs dark as midnight tea and ancient tree roots create underwater caverns, grows the legendary memory vine. This remarkable climbing plant possesses leaves that change color in response to the emotional resonance of nearby magical events. Healers have discovered that carefully prepared extracts from memory vine can help patients process traumatic experiences. The plant's natural empathic properties somehow facilitating emotional healing in ways that traditional magical medicine cannot achieve alone. The carnivorous plants of magical swamplands represent some of the most fascinating examples of botanical evolution shaped by mystical forces. The siren's trumpet, with its elegant bell-shaped flowers, emits a hauntingly beautiful musical tone that attracts small magical insects and sprites. But unlike mundane carnivorous plants that simply digest their prey, the siren's trumpet forms temporary magical bonds with the creatures it captures, learning from their life experiences before releasing them unharmed, but somehow enriched by the encounter. Perhaps most remarkable of all bog plants is the ancient swamp heart, a massive aquatic tree whose trunk grows not upward toward the sky, but downward into the deepest parts of the bog. This extraordinary specimen reverses the typical flow of magical energy, drawing power from the accumulated enchantments buried in the swamp's depths and channeling it upward through its submerged canopy. The fruit of the swamp heart, which appears only once every 7 years, contains concentrated magical essence so pure that a single seed can transform an ordinary garden pond into a minor magical sanctuary. The symbiotic relationships that develop between bog plants and the magical creatures that share their wetland home create some of the most complex magical ecosystems known to wizarding science. Water sprites weave their nests from the silken fibers of moonbeam grass, a plant that grows stronger and more luminous when tended by these ethereal beings. In return, the sprite's presence enhances the grass's natural light-producing properties, creating floating gardens that glow like earthbound constellations on warm summer nights. Harvesting bog plants requires not just botanical knowledge, but a deep understanding of the rhythms and cycles that govern swamp magic. The magical potency of these plants fluctuates with the tides, the phases of the moon, and the seasonal migrations of magical creatures through the wetlands. Experienced herbologists learn to sense these subtle variations, timing their collecting expeditions to coincide with peak magical periods when the plant's properties are at their most concentrated. The preparation of bog plant ingredients follows traditions that have been passed down through generations of swamp dwellers and magical botanists. Unlike plants from other environments, bog specimens often require specific magical treatments to preserve their unique properties. Some must be dried in moonlight while floating on enchanted water. Others need to be ground using mortars carved from bog oak and blessed by water spirits. and the most delicate varieties can only be processed during certain atmospheric conditions when the magical humidity reaches optimal levels. Modern magical medicine continues to discover new applications for bog plant derivatives. Recent research has revealed that certain combinations of swamp herbs can enhance magical healing in ways that single ingredients cannot achieve, suggesting that the plants themselves have evolved cooperative magical properties that mirror the collaborative nature of their wetland ecosystem. The cultivation of bog plants outside their natural environment presents unique challenges that have frustrated magical agriculturalists for centuries. These plants seem intrinsically connected to the complex magical networks that exist within natural swamplands, requiring not just proper soil and water conditions, but the subtle energy patterns that can only be found in authentic bog environments. Conservation efforts to protect magical swamplands have become increasingly important as expanding human settlements threaten these delicate ecosystems. The loss of even a single bog can mean the extinction of plant varieties that took centuries to evolve their unique magical properties, representing an irreplaceable loss to the magical botanical heritage of the wizarding world. As you drift back toward the edge of the swamp in your imagined boat, surrounded by the gentle glow of bog plants and the soft whisper of night breezes through the reeds, you carry with you a deeper appreciation for these remarkable botanical treasures. Each plant represents millions of years of evolution shaped by the patient, persistent magic of the wetlands, creating living libraries of knowledge that continue to surprise and delight those wise enough to study their secrets. In the quiet darkness of the bog, where ancient plants continue their slow dance with moon and tide, what medicinal or magical secrets might still be waiting to reveal themselves to the next generation of patient botanical explorers? Chapter 3: Swamp-dwelling magical creatures. As twilight settles over the misty expanse of the magical wetlands, a symphony of enchanted life begins to stir within the shadows and shallows. We journey into the realm of the extraordinary beings who have made these mystical swamplands their home, creatures whose very existence has been shaped by centuries of exposure to the patient, transformative magic that flows through every droplet of bog water and every whisper of marsh wind. Drift with me now through the gathering dusk, where the boundary between reality and legend becomes as fluid as the dark waters themselves. Here, among the cypress knees and floating gardens of marsh marigolds, dwells a menagerie of magical beings whose stories have been told in hushed whispers around wizarding hearths for generations, their true nature known only to those brave or foolish enough to venture into their domain. The most infamous of all swamp dwellers must surely be the hinky punk, that mischievous one-legged entity that has led countless travelers astray with its flickering lantern light. Picture this enigmatic creature as it appears on foggy nights, balancing effortlessly on its single limb while holding aloft a lamp that burns with an otherworldly flame. The hinky punk's lantern doesn't simply provide illumination. It creates patterns of light and shadow that seem to beckon weary travelers toward what appears to be solid ground, only to lead them deeper into the treacherous maze of bog pools and quicksand. Yet the hinky punk is not purely malevolent, as many assume. Those who have studied these creatures in their natural habitat report that they seem driven by an ancient compulsion to test the resolve and wisdom of those who enter their domain. The wisest swamp guides have learned to recognize the telltale signs of a hinky punk's presence and know that respectful acknowledgement of the creature's territorial rights often results in safe passage through even the most confusing stretches of wetland. Dancing through the humid air above the water's surface, you might glimpse the ethereal forms of will-o'-the-wisps, those mysterious lights that appear to be distant cousins of the hinky punk, yet possess their own unique characteristics. These ghostly illuminations drift through the swamp like living stars, their pale blue and green radiance reflecting off the dark mirror of bog pools to create an enchanting display that has inspired poets and artists throughout magical history. Will-o'-the-wisps seem to feed on the magical energy that accumulates in areas where strong emotions have been experienced, growing brighter and more active near sites where significant magical events have occurred. Some magical naturalists theorize that these beings serve as a form of mystical memory, preserving the emotional echoes of the swamp's history within their flickering essence. Travelers report that following will-o'-the-wisps, while dangerous, sometimes leads to discoveries of ancient magical artifacts or forgotten sacred sites hidden deep within the wetlands. In the deeper waters where ancient trees have fallen to create underwater forests of moss-covered logs, lives the elusive grindylow of the bogs. Unlike their lake-dwelling cousins, swamp grindylows have adapted to the murky, plant-filled waters of the wetlands, developing enhanced camouflage abilities that allow them to blend seamlessly with submerged vegetation. Their long, pale fingers have evolved to mimic the trailing roots of aquatic plants, making them nearly impossible to detect until they choose to reveal themselves. These bog-dwelling grindylows exhibit more complex social behaviors than their relatives in clearer waters, working together to tend underwater gardens of magical plants and maintaining elaborate territories marked by arrangements of stones and bones. They seem to have developed a primitive form of agriculture, cultivating certain species of magical algae and moss that provide both sustenance and enhanced magical properties to their aquatic environment. Among the most beautiful inhabitants of the magical swamplands are the marsh sprites, tiny humanoid beings, no larger than a wizard's thumb, with gossamer wings that shimmer like soap bubbles in the moonlight. These delicate creatures build their homes in the hollow stems of giant cattails and water lilies, creating entire communities that exist in harmony with the plant life of the wetlands. Their presence can be detected by the soft chiming sounds they make as they communicate with one another, a musical language that seems to blend seamlessly with the natural sounds of the swamp. Marsh sprites possess an extraordinary ability to purify magical water, removing curses and negative enchantments through a process that appears to involve their own life force. Ponds and streams blessed by the long-term presence of sprite communities become natural sanctuaries where injured magical creatures come to heal, and where the most delicate bog plants grow with unusual vigor and potency. The apex predator of many magical swamplands is the formidable bog dragon, a subspecies of dragon that has adapted to wetland life in remarkable ways. Unlike their mountain-dwelling cousins, bog dragons have developed the ability to remain submerged for extended periods, using specialized magical gills to extract oxygen from water while maintaining their natural fire-breathing capabilities. Their scales have evolved to match the mottled greens and browns of swamp vegetation, making them nearly invisible when they lie motionless among the reeds and lily pads. Bog dragons are generally less aggressive than other dragon species, preferring to avoid confrontation unless their territory is directly threatened. They have developed a symbiotic relationship with many other swamp creatures, allowing smaller beings to clean parasites from their scales in exchange for protection from predators. Their hoards consist not of traditional treasure, but of collections of rare magical plants and crystals that have formed in the mineral-rich waters of their domains. Perhaps the most mysterious of all swamp dwellers are the whisper wraiths, ethereal beings that appear as translucent figures moving through the morning mist. These entities seem to be formed from the accumulated magical memories of the swampland itself, taking shape when particularly strong emotional or magical events leave lasting impressions on the wetland environment. They communicate through barely audible whispers that carry on the wind, sharing fragments of ancient knowledge with those sensitive enough to hear their voices. The protective magic that surrounds swamp creatures extends beyond individual species to encompass the entire ecosystem. The wetlands themselves seem to actively shield their inhabitants from detection by hostile forces, creating natural barriers of confusion and misdirection that have protected magical swamp communities from discovery for millennia. This protective quality appears to be a collaborative effort between the magical creatures, plants, and the swampland itself, suggesting a level of environmental consciousness that exists nowhere else in the magical world. Nocturnal by nature, most swamp creatures emerge fully only after darkness falls, when the boundary between the magical and mundane worlds becomes thinnest. During these twilight hours, the entire swampland transforms into a theater of natural magic, where creatures that remain hidden during daylight hours emerge to perform their ancient rituals of hunting, courting, and territorial display. The seasonal migrations that occur within magical swamplands create spectacular displays of coordinated magical activity. During certain times of year, creatures from distant wetlands gather in ancient meeting places deep within the most protected areas of the swamp, sharing information, genes, and magical knowledge in ways that continue to baffle magizoologists who study these phenomena. Young magical creatures born in swampland environments often display enhanced abilities compared to their relatives from other habitats. The constant exposure to bog magic seems to accelerate certain aspects of magical development, creating generations of beings that are more attuned to subtle magical currents and more capable of complex magical cooperation than their ancestors. The symbiotic relationships that develop between different species in magical swamplands create some of the most complex ecosystems known to magical science. These interspecies partnerships often involve shared magical abilities, with creatures lending or borrowing magical powers from their neighbors in times of need, creating temporary magical bonds that strengthen the entire community. As you glide silently through these mystical waters, surrounded by the gentle sounds of magical life awakening in the darkness, you begin to understand that the swampland is not just a habitat, but a living magical entity in its own right. Every creature that calls these wetlands home contributes to the greater magical tapestry, their individual gifts combining to create something far more powerful and beautiful than the sum of its parts. In the depths of the magical swamp, where ancient creatures continue their timeless dance with moon and tide, what new partnerships and magical abilities might be evolving even now, waiting to be discovered by the next generation of patient magical naturalists. Chapter 4. The Portable Swamp Spell and Its Variations. In the annals of magical mischief and innovative spellwork, few enchantments have captured the imagination quite like the infamous portable swamp created by Fred and George Weasley during their spectacular departure from Hogwarts. Tonight, we delve into the fascinating magical theory behind this remarkable feat of conjuration, exploring not only the twins' legendary creation, but the rich history of swamp summoning magic that spans centuries of wizarding innovation. Settle back and imagine yourself in the corridors of Hogwarts on that momentous day when the Weasley twins unleashed their masterpiece upon the unsuspecting stone floors of the castle. Picture the chaos and wonder as murky water began seeping from seemingly nowhere, transforming the familiar hallway into a miniature wetland complete with cattails, lily pads, and the distinctive earthy scent of authentic bog water. The magic required to accomplish such a transformation speaks to a level of understanding about swamp ecosystems that goes far beyond simple conjuration. The creation of a portable swamp represents one of the most complex forms of environmental transfiguration known to magical science. Unlike simple water conjuring charms or basic plant-growing spells, a true portable swamp must replicate not just the physical appearance of a wetland, but the intricate magical ecosystem that gives a swamp its unique properties. The Weasley twins somehow managed to compress an entire biome into a portable magical matrix, complete with the delicate balance of water, earth, plant life, and mystical energy that characterizes genuine swampland. The theoretical foundations for such magic can be traced back to ancient Celtic druids who first discovered methods for temporarily relocating entire groves of sacred trees. These early practitioners understood that magical environments exist as more than just collections of individual elements, but as living systems where every component contributes to a greater magical whole. Their pioneering work in environmental displacement magic laid the groundwork for all subsequent developments in portable ecosystem creation. During the medieval period, traveling wizards developed simplified versions of portable swamp magic out of practical necessity. Healers discovered that certain magical ailments could only be treated using the unique properties of bog water and marsh plants, leading to the development of what became known as healing hollow spells. These enchantments created temporary wetland environments, just large enough for therapeutic purposes, allowing healers to access swamp magic's restorative properties regardless of their geographic location. The process of creating a portable swamp begins with what magical theorists call ecosystem mapping, a complex divination technique that allows the caster to analyze and understand the complete magical signature of an authentic swampland. This involves not just identifying the physical components present, but understanding the flow of magical energy through the system, the symbiotic relationships between different magical plants and creatures, and the subtle atmospheric conditions that allow swamp magic to flourish. Consider the incredible precision required to recreate the delicate pH balance of bog water, where acidic conditions preserve magical properties that would decompose in neutral or alkaline environments. The conjured water must contain not just the correct mineral content, but microscopic magical organisms that play crucial roles in maintaining the swamp's mystical ecosystem. Each drop must carry the memory of rainfall that has absorbed magical emanations from countless enchanted sources before settling into the quiet depths of the bog. The plant life in a portable swamp presents perhaps the greatest challenge to the creating wizard. Unlike conjured flowers that exist as simple magical constructs, authentic swamp vegetation must be capable of performing its natural magical functions, from the air-purifying properties of certain mosses to the emotion-sensing abilities of empathic water lilies. The Weasley twins' creation reportedly included plant species that actually grew and reproduced within the confines of their artificial ecosystem, suggesting a level of magical sophistication that impressed even Professor McGonagall. The atmospheric conditions within a portable swamp must replicate the unique humidity and magical density found in natural wetlands. This requires careful calibration of temperature, moisture content, and magical field strength to create an environment where swamp-specific magical phenomena can occur. Witnesses to the Hogwarts incident reported seeing will-o'-the-wisps and other mystical lights flickering above the conjured waters, indicating that the twins had successfully recreated the conditions necessary for these magical manifestations to appear spontaneously. Variations of the portable swamp spell have been developed for different purposes throughout magical history. Military applications include bog barriers, temporary swamplands created to slow advancing enemies or protect strategic locations. These defensive swamps often incorporate additional enchantments that make the waters particularly treacherous for hostile forces, while allowing friendly wizards to pass through unimpeded. Archaeological expeditions sometimes employ scholars' swamps, miniature wetland environments designed to preserve and study ancient artifacts that were originally found in bog conditions. These carefully controlled magical environments maintain the exact conditions necessary to prevent deterioration of bog-preserved items, while allowing researchers to examine them safely outside their original locations. The entertainment industry has embraced portable swamp magic for theatrical productions, creating performance ponds that can transform any stage into a mystical wetland setting. These glamorous versions of swamp magic emphasize visual spectacle over authentic ecosystem recreation, often incorporating enhanced lighting effects and musical enchantments that respond to the performer's movements. Advanced practitioners have developed living laboratory swamps that serve as mobile research stations for studying magical ecology. These sophisticated constructs include monitoring charms that track the health and behavior of transplanted magical creatures, allowing magizoologists to observe swamp dwellers in controlled conditions without the ethical concerns associated with removing them from their natural habitats. The duration and stability of portable swamps depend largely on the skill of the creating wizard and the complexity of the ecosystem being replicated. Simple versions may last only a few hours before the magical matrix begins to deteriorate, while masterfully crafted swamps like the Weasley creation can persist for months or even years, if left undisturbed. The key to longevity lies in creating a truly self-sustaining magical ecosystem, where each component supports and reinforces the others. Cleanup and removal of portable swamps presents its own set of challenges, as Professor Umbridge discovered to her considerable frustration. Because these magical environments become integrated with their surroundings over time, simple vanishing charms prove inadequate for complete removal. The organic nature of swamp magic means that traces of the ecosystem often persist long after the main body of water has been cleared, leading to unexpected sprouting of marsh plants or the occasional appearance of bog mist in formerly affected areas. The ethical considerations surrounding portable swamp magic have generated considerable debate within the magical community. Critics argue that creating artificial ecosystems without proper consideration for displaced magical creatures or environmental impact represents an irresponsible use of magic. Supporters counter that portable ecosystems can serve as refuges for endangered magical species and provide valuable opportunities for magical education and research. Modern magical engineers continue to refine and improve upon the basic portable swamp spell, developing versions that can be activated instantly in emergency situations or programmed to appear and disappear on predetermined schedules. These advances have practical applications in everything from magical agriculture to disaster response, where temporary wetlands can provide emergency habitat for displaced magical creatures or emergency sources of magical healing materials. The study of portable swamp magic has also contributed to broader understanding of magical ecosystem dynamics and environmental transfiguration theory. Research into how artificial magical environments achieve stability and self-sufficiency has applications far beyond swamp creation, influencing developments in magical architecture, agricultural magic, and even theoretical work on creating entirely new magical habitats. As we reflect on the ingenuity and audacity of the Weasley twins' creation, we gain appreciation not just for their spectacular act of rebellion, but for their intuitive understanding of complex magical principles that challenge even experienced theorists. Their portable swamp stands as a testament to the power of creative magical thinking and the remarkable possibilities that emerge when theoretical knowledge meets practical innovation. The legacy of their achievement continues to inspire young wizards to push the boundaries of what's possible with magic, exploring new applications for ancient techniques and discovering innovative solutions to contemporary challenges. In the rippling waters of imagination where magic meets possibility, what new variations of environmental magic might the next generation of innovative wizards bring forth from the depths of their creativity? Chapter 5. Ancient Swamp Sanctuaries of the Wizarding World. Deep within the most remote and mystical wetlands of our world lie hidden sanctuaries that have served as refuges for magical communities since time immemorial. Tonight we journey through the mist-shrouded paths that lead to these secret places, where generations of witches and wizards have found safety, wisdom, and spiritual renewal among the ancient cypress groves and sacred bog pools that pulse with concentrated magical energy. Allow yourself to drift into the twilight realm of these forgotten sanctuaries, where wooden walkways wind through cathedral-like groves of towering trees whose trunks disappear into the perpetual mist above. Here, the very air seems to whisper with the accumulated prayers and incantations of countless souls who have sought solace within these protected boundaries, their magical essence becoming part of the Swamplands' eternal memory. The most renowned of these ancient refuges is the legendary Sanctuary of Whispered Waters, hidden somewhere within the vast Everglades region, where magical and mundane wetlands interweave in patterns too complex for ordinary minds to comprehend. Founded over 1,000 years ago by a coalition of magical refugees fleeing persecution in the Old World, this sanctuary represents one of the most successful examples of harmonious integration between wizard civilization and natural magical ecosystems. The builders of Whispered Waters understood that true sanctuary could not be achieved through dominance over nature, but only through becoming part of the wetland's existing magical framework. They constructed their dwellings on stilts carved from bog oak that had been blessed by water spirits, creating homes that swayed gently with the rhythm of the swamp, while remaining perfectly stable and secure. The buildings themselves seemed to breathe with the wetland, expanding and contracting with seasonal changes in humidity and magical pressure. Picture yourself walking along the elevated boardwalks that connect the various sections of this mystical community, your footsteps muffled by the soft moss that grows along the wooden planks. The houses rise like gentle islands from the dark water below, their walls woven from living vines that continue to grow and strengthen the structures, while providing natural insulation and protection from both physical and magical threats. The central heart of Whispered Waters is the Great Cypress, an enormous tree so ancient that its base spans nearly 50 feet in diameter, its hollow trunk serving as a natural amphitheater where the community gathers for important ceremonies and decisions. The tree's interior glows with a soft phosphorescence created by symbiotic magical fungi, providing illumination that never dims and never requires maintenance. The roots of this magnificent specimen extend throughout the entire sanctuary, creating a living network that connects every dwelling and allows for instantaneous communication through touch-based magic. Similar sanctuaries exist in wetlands across the globe, each adapted to the unique characteristics of its local magical ecosystem. The floating gardens of Somerset represent a British sanctuary built entirely on interconnected platforms of living peat that drift slowly through an enchanted marsh system. The inhabitants of this remarkable community have learned to navigate by reading the subtle magical currents that flow through the wetland, their entire civilization moving in harmony with forces that remain invisible to outside observers. In the mysterious bogs of Ireland lies Tir na Bog, a sanctuary that exists partially in our world and partially in the realm of the spirits, accessible only to those who possess the ancient knowledge of bog walking. The pathways to this otherworldly refuge shift with the phases of the moon and the migration patterns of magical creatures, ensuring that only those with pure intentions and desperate need can find their way to its protective embrace. The defensive capabilities of swamp sanctuaries extend far beyond their remote locations and difficult terrain. The accumulated magical energy of these ancient communities creates natural barrier fields that redirect hostile magic away from the sanctuary boundaries, turning curses back upon their casters and causing dark wizards to become lost in endless mazes of identical-looking waterways. The swampland itself seems to actively participate in these defenses, creating false paths that lead nowhere and conjuring phantom lights that lead enemies away from the true location of the sanctuary. These protective enchantments are not imposed upon the swampland, but emerge naturally from the harmonious relationship between the magical community and their wetland home. The residents contribute their own magical energy to the sanctuary's defenses through daily rituals and seasonal celebrations that strengthen the bonds between human magic and the ancient power of the bog. Children born within these sanctuaries often display enhanced abilities to communicate with swamp creatures and navigate mystical wetlands, their magical development shaped by constant exposure to bog magic from birth. The spiritual life of swamp sanctuaries centers around the understanding that water, earth, and magic flow together in an eternal cycle of renewal and transformation. The meditation practices developed within these communities focus on achieving harmony with the slow, patient rhythms of wetland life, teaching practitioners to find peace in the gentle persistence that characterizes all swamp magic. Sacred groves within the sanctuaries serve as outdoor temples, where the boundary between the magical and divine becomes as fluid as the tides that feed the bog pools. The knowledge preserved within swamp sanctuaries often includes magical techniques and traditions that have been lost elsewhere in the wizarding world. The librarians of these communities are typically bog witches who have spent decades learning to store information within the crystalline structures that form naturally in magical peat deposits. These living libraries can preserve not just written knowledge but actual memories and experiences, allowing future generations to learn directly from the accumulated wisdom of their ancestors. Many sanctuaries serve as neutral ground, where different magical communities can meet to resolve disputes and negotiate agreements without fear of treachery or violence. The ancient laws that govern these places forbid the use of harmful magic within sanctuary boundaries, and the bog magic itself enforces these restrictions by neutralizing aggressive spells and calming hostile emotions. Some of the most important treaties in magical history have been signed within the peaceful halls of swamp sanctuaries, their terms witnessed by the eternal guardians of the wetlands. The healing traditions practiced within swamp sanctuaries represent some of the most advanced magical medicine known to the wizarding world. The combination of bog magic's natural restorative properties with centuries of accumulated healing knowledge creates therapeutic environments where even the most serious magical injuries can be treated successfully. Patients often report that recovery within a sanctuary not only heals their physical ailments, but provides spiritual renewal that transforms their entire approach to life and magic. The agricultural systems developed by sanctuary dwellers demonstrate remarkable innovation in magical farming techniques. Floating gardens anchored to the bog bottom produce crops that grow nowhere else, their roots drawing nutrients from magically enriched sediments, while their leaves photosynthesize moonlight as well as sunlight. These unique farming methods allow sanctuary communities to remain completely self-sufficient while actually improving the magical health of their wetland environment. Trade relationships between different sanctuaries have created networks of magical exchange that operate independently of mainstream wizarding commerce. Goods travel along secret waterways marked by signs that only bog dwellers can read, carried by magical boats that navigate by following the songs of water spirits rather than traditional maps or compass readings. This hidden economy allows sanctuary communities to obtain necessary supplies while maintaining their isolation from the outside world. The artistic traditions of swamp sanctuaries reflect the deep spiritual connection between their inhabitants and the wetland environment. Sculptures are grown rather than carved, shaped from living bog oak through patient magical cultivation that can take decades to complete. Musical compositions incorporate the natural sounds of the swamp, creating symphonies that blend human voices with the calls of magical creatures and the whisper of wind through marsh grass. Environmental changes in the outside world increasingly threaten these ancient sanctuaries as pollution and development disrupt the delicate magical balances that make bog magic possible. Many sanctuary communities have begun reaching out to conservationist organizations and progressive magical governments, sharing their knowledge of sustainable magical practices in exchange for protection of their wetland homes. The children who grow up in swamp sanctuaries often struggle with the decision of whether to remain in their protected communities or venture into the wider wizarding world. Those who choose to leave carry with them unique perspectives on magic and nature that can contribute greatly to magical society, while those who stay become the next generation of sanctuary guardians, ensuring that these precious refuges continue to thrive. As we reflect on these hidden worlds that exist in harmony with the ancient magic of the wetlands, we gain a deeper appreciation for the wisdom of those who chose cooperation over conquest, integration over domination, in their relationship with the natural magical world. In the misty depths where sanctuary lights flicker like stars reflected in dark water, what timeless lessons about community, sustainability, and magical responsibility continue to guide those who call the Swamplands home. Chapter 6. Divination and Swamp Magic. In the ethereal mists that rise from ancient bog waters during the quiet hours before dawn, mystics and seers throughout history have discovered portals to perception that extend far beyond the limitations of ordinary sight. Tonight, we explore the profound connection between swamp magic and the ancient art of divination, where the boundary between present and future becomes as fluid as the tides that feed the sacred pools of prophecy. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a mystical bog as the first light of morning begins to penetrate the mist, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow that seem to dance with meaning just beyond conscious understanding. The water before you lies still as a mirror, its dark surface reflecting not just the sky above, but glimpses of possibilities that ripple outward through time, like gentle waves from a stone dropped into an eternal pond. The enhanced divination properties of swamp environments stem from the unique magical conditions that exist, where water, earth, and air merge in perpetual harmony. The bog waters themselves act as natural scrying pools, their mineral-rich composition and accumulated magical sediments, creating a medium that amplifies psychic abilities and clarifies prophetic visions. The organic acids that give bog water its distinctive dark color also serve to preserve magical impressions, allowing skilled diviners to perceive echoes of past events alongside glimpses of future possibilities. The tradition of bog scrying dates back to the earliest days of magical practice, when ancient Celtic druids would spend days in meditation beside sacred pools, learning to interpret the subtle movements of water, mist, and reflected light. These early practitioners discovered that the patient, persistent nature of swamp magic enhanced their natural psychic abilities, allowing them to maintain prophetic trances for extended periods without the mental fatigue that typically accompanies intensive divination work. Consider the gentle rhythm of your breathing as you settle into the contemplative state necessary for bog divination, feeling your awareness expand to encompass not just your immediate surroundings, but the entire network of waterways and hidden paths that connect this sacred place to the greater tapestry of magical reality. The mist that rises from the water carries with it the accumulated memories of countless seasons, creating an atmosphere rich with temporal resonance that allows past, present, and future to blend like watercolors on wet parchment. The art of interpreting bog visions requires a different approach than traditional crystal ball or tea leaf reading. While other forms of divination often provide clear symbolic images, swamp scrying tends to reveal impressions that are more emotional and intuitive than visual. Practitioners learn to read the subtle changes in water temperature, the patterns formed by floating debris, and the way morning light fractures through rising mist to divine information about future events and hidden truths. Master bog diviners often work in partnership with the mystical creatures that inhabit the wetlands, particularly the will-o'-the-wisps, whose ethereal lights can indicate important locations in prophetic visions or highlight significant elements within the watery reflections. Some seers report that these magical beings actively participate in the divination process, positioning themselves to create meaningful patterns of illumination that enhance the clarity and accuracy of their readings. The prophetic dreams that occur within swamp environments represent another fascinating aspect of bog divination. The unique atmospheric conditions of magical wetlands, combined with the constant gentle sounds of water movement and nocturnal creature activity, create an ideal environment for lucid dreaming and prophetic sleep states. Many sanctuary communities include dream chambers built over particularly potent bog pools, where seers can experience visions of remarkable clarity and detail. The preparation rituals for bog divination often involve gathering specific plants and minerals that grow only in swamp environments, creating sacred waters that enhance psychic perception and protect the diviner from negative influences. Bog sage, moon moss, and distilled essences from morning mist are combined in complex formulations that have been passed down through generations of swamp mystics, each ingredient contributing unique properties that strengthen the connection between the diviner and the prophetic energies of the wetland. Seasonal variations in bog divination reflect the cyclical nature of swamp magic itself. Spring divination sessions, conducted during the time of renewal and growth, tend to reveal information about new beginnings and emerging opportunities. Summer readings, when the magical energy of the swamp reaches its peak intensity, often provide insights into current challenges and the resources available to overcome them. Autumn divination, as the bog prepares for its period of rest, frequently unveils hidden connections and long-term consequences of present actions. The most powerful bog divination occurs during the winter months, when the apparent dormancy of the swampland actually represents a period of intense internal magical activity. The still waters beneath thin layers of ice become windows into the deepest mysteries, allowing experienced seers to perceive information about distant events, hidden enemies, and the fundamental patterns that shape magical reality itself. Group divination ceremonies conducted in swamp sanctuaries create collective prophetic experiences that surpass anything achievable by individual seers working alone. When multiple mystics combine their abilities while surrounded by the amplifying effects of bog magic, they can access levels of prophetic insight that border on the miraculous. These communal visions often provide guidance for entire magical communities, revealing optimal timing for important decisions and warning of potential threats that might otherwise go unnoticed. The preservation of prophetic visions within bog environments represents a unique aspect of swamp divination that exists nowhere else in the magical world. The natural preservation properties of bog water allow important prophecies to be stored within enchanted pools, where they remain accessible to future generations of seers. Some ancient bog pools contain prophetic archives spanning thousands of years, their waters holding layers of accumulated visions like rings in the trunk of an ancient tree. The healing applications of bog divination extend beyond simple fortune-telling to encompass therapeutic practices that help individuals understand and resolve psychological and spiritual challenges. The gentle, patient nature of swamp magic creates an ideal environment for deep introspection and emotional healing, allowing troubled souls to perceive the root causes of their difficulties and identify paths toward resolution and growth. Modern divination research has begun to investigate the scientific principles underlying bog scrying, discovering that the unique electromagnetic properties of swamp environments may actually facilitate the quantum entanglement effects that some theorists believe make precognition possible. The high concentration of iron and other magnetic minerals in bog sediments creates natural field effects that may enhance the brain's ability to process temporal information in non-linear ways. The training methods used to develop bog divination abilities emphasize patience, sensitivity, and deep attunement to natural rhythms, rather than the dramatic techniques often associated with other forms of prophecy. Students learn to quiet their minds through extended meditation sessions beside sacred pools, gradually developing the ability to perceive subtle changes in the magical atmosphere that indicate incoming prophetic information. Advanced practitioners of bog divination often develop the ability to influence the accuracy and timing of their visions through careful manipulation of the swamp environment itself. By adding specific magical ingredients to scrying pools or timing their sessions to coincide with particular astronomical events, experienced seers can focus their prophetic abilities on specific questions or time periods, achieving remarkable precision in their predictions. The ethical considerations surrounding bog divination center on the responsibility that comes with accessing prophetic information through such a powerful and ancient magical tradition. The peaceful, contemplative nature of swamp environments encourages seers to use their abilities for healing and guidance rather than personal gain or manipulation, fostering a tradition of divination that emphasizes wisdom and compassion over mere accumulation of knowledge. The integration of bog divination with other magical disciplines has led to innovative applications in fields ranging from magical medicine to agricultural planning. Healers use swamp scrying to identify the underlying causes of mysterious ailments, while farmers consult bog mystics to determine optimal planting times and predict weather patterns that might affect their magical crops. As you slowly emerge from your imagined contemplation beside the mystical bog pool, carrying with you a deeper understanding of the profound connections between swamp magic and prophetic insight, you appreciate how these ancient wetlands continue to serve as bridges between the known and unknown, the present and future, the visible and invisible realms of magical reality. In the still waters where time itself seems to pause and reflect, what glimpses of wisdom and wonder might await the next generation of patient seekers willing to learn the gentle art of bog divination. Chapter 7. Potion Brewing in Swamp Environments. Within the mist-laden chambers of ancient swamp laboratories, where cauldrons bubble gently above pools of sacred bog water and rare ingredients grow wild along the water's edge, the art of potion making reaches heights of complexity and potency that cannot be achieved in ordinary brewing environments. Tonight we venture into these mystical workshops where master brewers have learned to harness the unique properties of wetland magic to create elixirs of extraordinary power and healing. Picture yourself entering one of these remarkable brewing sanctuaries, built on stilts above a particularly magical section of bog where the water glows with subtle phosphorescence and the air itself seems to shimmer with concentrated magical energy. The laboratory appears to grow organically from the swampland itself, its walls woven from living vines that regulate temperature and humidity, while filtering the air to maintain optimal brewing conditions throughout the changing seasons. The cauldrons used in swamp brewing are often carved from bog oak that has been submerged in magical waters for decades or even centuries, their wood infused with the accumulated magical properties of the wetland environment. These remarkable vessels don't simply contain potions during brewing, they actively participate in the transformation process, their grain patterns serving as natural magical circuits that guide and enhance the flow of energy through the brewing mixture. Consider the gentle rhythm of water lapping against the laboratory's foundation, as you observe the master brewer beginning their work, drawing bog water directly from the pool beneath through a system of living reed tubes that filter and purify the liquid while preserving its essential magical properties. This water carries within its molecular structure the accumulated wisdom of countless seasons, the dissolved minerals from ancient magical deposits, and the subtle energetic signatures of every magical creature and plant that has ever touched its surface. The humidity levels within swamp brewing environments create conditions that simply cannot be replicated in traditional laboratories. The constant presence of magical moisture in the air allows for brewing techniques that rely on atmospheric absorption of magical properties, where ingredients don't just combine within the cauldron, but draw additional potency from the enchanted vapors that surround the brewing process. Potions brewed in such conditions often display enhanced longevity and stability, their magical matrices strengthened by the supportive environment. The unique atmospheric pressure conditions found in magical swamplands contribute significantly to the success of complex brewing processes. The gentle, constant pressure changes created by the interaction between bog gases and magical emanations create a natural stirring effect that helps maintain proper ingredient suspension and prevents the separation problems that plague many advanced potions when brewed in static environments. Master brewers who specialize in swamp potion making often spend years learning to read the subtle signs that indicate optimal brewing conditions. They observe the behavior of will-o'-the-wisps, whose movements can predict changes in magical atmospheric pressure hours before conventional instruments detect them. They listen to the songs of water sprites, whose melodies shift in response to variations in the magical field strength that affect potion stability and potency. The ingredient preparation techniques used in swamp laboratories take advantage of the wetland's natural preservation and enhancement properties. Delicate herbs are often suspended in magical bog gases to slowly dehydrate while retaining their full magical potency, a process that can take weeks but produces dried ingredients of unparalleled quality. Roots and bark are aged in specially prepared bog pools, where beneficial magical bacteria break down cellular structures in ways that make their magical properties more accessible during brewing. The timing of swamp brewing follows rhythms that are unique to wetland environments, where the rise and fall of magical tides creates optimal windows for beginning different types of potions. Love potions are traditionally started during the spring floods, when the entire swamp pulses with reproductive energy, while healing drafts benefit from brewing during the autumn months, when the bog's natural preservation magic reaches its peak intensity. Temperature control in swamp laboratories relies on the natural thermal properties of bog environments rather than artificial heating and cooling systems. The thermal mass of deep bog water provides remarkably stable temperature conditions, while the natural insulation properties of peat deposits prevent rapid temperature fluctuations that can ruin sensitive brewing processes. Master brewers learn to position their cauldrons at specific depths and locations to take advantage of naturally occurring temperature gradients within the swamp system. The fermentation processes that occur in swamp-brewed potions often involve beneficial magical microorganisms that exist nowhere else in the wizarding world. These bog-specific bacteria and fungi form symbiotic relationships with brewing ingredients, creating complex flavor profiles and magical effects that cannot be achieved through conventional fermentation techniques. Some of the most prized vintage potions in magical history have been aged in bog caves, where these unique microorganisms create magical fermentation environments of extraordinary complexity. The distillation techniques employed in swamp laboratories utilize the natural evaporation and condensation cycles of the wetland environment to separate and concentrate magical essences. Rising bog mists carry with them the most volatile magical compounds from brewing potions, while specialized condensation chambers built from hollow reeds capture and concentrate these vapors into highly potent magical distillates. Collaborative brewing practices in swamp environments often involve partnerships between human brewers and the intelligent magical creatures that inhabit the wetlands. Water spirits contribute their knowledge of optimal water treatment techniques, while bog witches share ancestral recipes that have been refined over countless generations. These collaborative efforts produce potions that incorporate magical perspectives and techniques impossible for any single species to achieve alone. The quality control methods used in swamp laboratories rely heavily on the natural magical sensitivity of the bog environment itself. Changes in the behavior of local magical creatures often provide early warning of brewing problems, while shifts in the color and luminescence of bog pools can indicate when potions have achieved optimal potency or when something has gone wrong in the brewing process. The storage and aging facilities found in swamp laboratories take advantage of the stable magical conditions provided by deep bog environments. Underground chambers carved into peat deposits maintain constant temperature and humidity while providing natural protection from magical interference. Potions aged in such conditions often develop complexity and potency that far exceed what can be achieved in conventional storage environments. The waste management practices of responsible swamp brewers demonstrate remarkable innovation in magical environmental stewardship. Brewing byproducts are carefully composted using bog bacteria that break down magical residues into beneficial nutrients for wetland plants, while failed potions are safely neutralized using natural bog acids that render harmful magical compounds inert without damaging the ecosystem. The apprenticeship programs offered by master swamp brewers provide training experiences that are impossible to obtain elsewhere in the magical world. Students learn not just brewing techniques, but develop deep understanding of magical ecology, weather prediction, and the complex relationships between different magical systems. These comprehensive educational programs produce potion makers with skills that extend far beyond simple recipe following. The research applications of swamp brewing have led to important discoveries in magical chemistry and pharmacology. The unique conditions of bog laboratories allow researchers to study magical reactions under naturally stable conditions, leading to better understanding of fundamental magical processes and the development of new theoretical frameworks for understanding how magic works at the molecular level. Modern conservation efforts to protect magical swamplands often emphasize the irreplaceable value of these environments for advanced potion research and production. The loss of even a single bog laboratory represents not just the destruction of a facility, but the potential loss of brewing knowledge and capabilities that took centuries to develop and cannot be recreated in artificial environments. The healing traditions that have developed around swamp-brewed potions emphasize gentle, long-term therapeutic approaches that work in harmony with the body's natural magical processes. These medications often produce gradual, sustainable improvements rather than dramatic temporary effects, reflecting the patient, persistent nature of swamp magic itself. As you imagine yourself slowly departing this mystical brewing sanctuary, the gentle sounds of bubbling cauldrons and whispering reeds following you into the misty night, you carry with you a deeper appreciation for the remarkable sophistication of magical practices that have evolved in harmony with natural wetland environments. In the laboratories where ancient wisdom bubbles gently alongside cutting-edge magical research, what new discoveries about the fundamental nature of magical transformation continue to emerge from the patient depths of bog brewing traditions. Chapter 8: The Dark Arts and Swamp Magic. In the shadowed corners of magical history, where moonlight struggles to penetrate the dense canopy of ancient swamp forests, we find chapters written in darker ink than most wizarding scholars care to examine. Tonight, we carefully explore the complex relationship between swamp magic and the darker aspects of wizarding practice, understanding how the very qualities that make wetlands sanctuaries of healing and wisdom have also, throughout history, attracted those who would twist magic toward harmful ends. Settle into the contemplative quiet of evening as we navigate these troubled waters with the wisdom of those who understand that knowledge of darkness serves not to embrace it, but to better recognize and defend against its influence. The swamplands, in their eternal neutrality, have witnessed both the purest expressions of magical harmony and the most troubling examples of magical corruption, their patient waters holding memories of both light and shadow. The concealment properties that make swamplands ideal for peaceful sanctuaries have, regrettably, also attracted dark wizards seeking refuge from magical law enforcement throughout history. The natural misdirection effects of bog environments, the difficulty of magical detection in areas of high ambient magical interference, and the treacherous terrain that deters casual investigation have made certain cursed swamplands havens for those fleeing justice or planning nefarious activities. Consider how the very mists that provide gentle healing vapors in pure swamplands can be corrupted by dark magic to carry curses and malevolent enchantments across great distances. Dark wizards have learned to poison bog waters with their malicious intent, creating cursed wetlands where the natural protective barriers become traps that ensnare innocent travelers and corrupt the magical creatures unfortunate enough to drink from tainted pools. The infamous Blackmire incident of 1847 serves as a sobering reminder of how quickly a pristine magical swampland can be transformed into a place of horror. When the dark wizard Malachar Dross established his stronghold in the heart of what had been a sacred healing bog, his presence gradually corrupted the entire ecosystem, turning helpful will-o'-the-wisps into malevolent lights that led travelers to their doom, and transforming gentle water sprites into vengeful spirits that attacked anyone who approached their former sanctuary. The corruption process that affects swamplands exposed to concentrated dark magic follows predictable patterns that magical naturalists have studied extensively, not from morbid fascination, but from the practical necessity of learning to identify and cleanse such damaged environments. The first signs often appear in the plant life, as bog flowers lose their natural luminescence and healing herbs develop toxic properties that poison rather than cure those who attempt to use them. The water itself becomes the most dangerous element in a corrupted swampland, as dark magic seems to flow through bog pools like a contagion, spreading contamination throughout the entire water system. Fish and aquatic plants die en masse, their decomposing remains releasing noxious gases that carry dark enchantments into the surrounding air. The natural preservation properties of bog water, normally beneficial, become a curse in themselves as they prevent the natural breakdown and cleansing of dark magical residues. Yet even in these darkest manifestations of swamp corruption, we find hope in the remarkable resilience of bog magic when properly supported by cleansing efforts. The inherent purification properties of natural swamp ecosystems can slowly overcome even severe dark magic contamination, given sufficient time and the dedicated efforts of restoration specialists who understand how to support and accelerate the healing process. The cleansing rituals developed by bog druids and swamp mystics represent some of the most sophisticated magical purification techniques known to the wizarding world. These complex ceremonies work not by fighting darkness with opposing force, but by strengthening and amplifying the natural cleansing properties inherent in healthy swamp ecosystems. The process often takes years or even decades, as corrupted magical energy is slowly filtered through layers of blessed peat and purified by the patient work of magical microorganisms specially cultivated for environmental restoration. The protective wards that experienced bog dwellers place around their sanctuaries include specific defenses against dark magic infiltration, drawing upon ancient knowledge of how malevolent forces attempt to corrupt wetland environments. These barriers work by maintaining the natural magical balance that makes swamplands inherently resistant to dark influence, preventing the initial foothold that dark wizards need to begin the corruption process. Historical accounts reveal that some of the most effective opponents of dark wizards have emerged from swamp-dwelling communities, their deep understanding of magical balance and environmental harmony providing unique insights into the fundamental weaknesses of dark magic. The patient, persistent nature of bog magic seems to instill in its practitioners a philosophical approach that recognizes dark magic as ultimately self-defeating, its reliance on destruction and corruption, making it inherently unstable and temporary. The preservation of evidence in bog environments has proven invaluable to magical law enforcement investigating dark magic crimes. The natural archival properties of bog water can maintain magical traces and emotional impressions for decades or even centuries, allowing aurors and magical forensics specialists to reconstruct dark magic incidents long after conventional investigation methods would prove useless. The rehabilitation of dark wizards in specially prepared swamp environments represents one of the most innovative approaches to magical criminal justice developed in recent centuries. The gentle, persistent influence of pure bog magic has proven remarkably effective at breaking down the psychological barriers and magical addictions that drive individuals toward dark practices, providing a therapeutic environment where healing can occur gradually and sustainably. These rehabilitation programs work by surrounding former dark wizards with the patient, nurturing energy of healthy swamp ecosystems, while gradually exposing them to increasingly complex magical work that emphasizes creation and healing rather than destruction and domination. The success rates achieved in properly managed bog rehabilitation centers far exceed those of conventional magical prisons, suggesting that environmental therapy may represent the future of magical criminal justice. The study of dark magic corruption in swamp environments has contributed significantly to our understanding of how malevolent magical forces operate and spread. Researchers working in carefully controlled conditions have documented the precise mechanisms by which dark magic disrupts natural magical balances, providing valuable insights that inform both defensive strategies and environmental protection efforts. The magical creatures that inhabit corrupted swamplands often provide early warning signs of dark magic infiltration, their natural sensitivity to magical balance making them excellent indicators of environmental health. Experienced swamp guardians learn to read these biological signals, enabling them to detect and respond to dark magic threats before corruption becomes entrenched enough to cause permanent damage. The international cooperation required to address cross-border dark magic contamination of shared wetland systems has led to important advances in magical environmental law and enforcement. Treaties governing the protection of magical swamplands now include specific provisions for responding to dark magic incidents, ensuring that corruption cannot spread from one magical jurisdiction to another without coordinated response efforts. The philosophical lessons embedded in the relationship between swamp magic and dark arts extend far beyond simple environmental concerns to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of good and evil in magical practice. The ability of pure bog magic to slowly overcome even severe dark corruption serves as a powerful metaphor for the ultimate triumph of patience and persistence over aggression and destruction. Modern magical education increasingly emphasizes the importance of understanding these darker chapters of swamp magic history, not to glorify or sensationalize dark practices, but to provide students with the knowledge necessary to recognize, resist, and ultimately heal the damage that dark magic leaves in its wake. The networks of communication and mutual support that connect swamp sanctuaries around the world serve as vital early warning systems for detecting dark magic activities that might threaten multiple magical communities. This cooperative approach to magical security demonstrates how the collaborative principles that govern healthy swamp ecosystems can be extended to create more effective defenses against dark magic on a global scale. The memorial sites established in formerly corrupted swamplands serve as sobering reminders of the price of magical corruption while celebrating the remarkable healing power of properly supported bog ecosystems. These locations provide educational opportunities for young wizards to learn about the consequences of dark magic while witnessing firsthand the inspiring process of magical environmental recovery. As we emerge from this necessary examination of shadow and corruption, we carry with us, not despair, but a deeper appreciation for the remarkable resilience of bog magic and the wisdom of those who dedicate their lives to protecting and restoring the magical wetlands that serve as bulwarks against darkness in our world. In the eternal struggle between creation and destruction, between healing and harm, what lessons does the patient persistence of swamp magic offer to those who would stand guard against the darkness that sometimes threatens our magical heritage? Chapter 9. Swamp Magic in Magical Education. In the hallowed halls of magical learning, where young minds first encounter the wonders of the wizarding world, the study of swamp magic presents both extraordinary opportunities and unique challenges that have shaped educational approaches for generations. Tonight we explore how institutions like Hogwarts and other magical schools have grappled with incorporating the subtle, patient wisdom of bog magic into their curricula, creating learning experiences that honor both the complexity of wetland ecosystems and the safety of eager young students. Picture yourself walking through the corridors of Hogwarts on a misty autumn morning, where Professor Sprout has just announced a special expedition to study the magical properties of the school's own small bog garden, carefully maintained behind the greenhouses for educational purposes. The excitement in the students' voices mingles with the gentle apprehension that comes from approaching one of magic's most mysterious and unpredictable domains, their previous lessons having prepared them for the patience and respect that swamp magic demands. The integration of swamp magic studies into traditional magical education began during the late medieval period, when forward-thinking educators recognized that students who learned only from books and controlled classroom environments often struggled to adapt their magical skills to the complex, dynamic conditions they would encounter in the real world. The organic, interconnected nature of bog ecosystems provided ideal laboratories for teaching students about magical balance, environmental sensitivity, and the importance of working with rather than against natural magical forces. The theoretical foundations of swamp magic education emphasize observation, patience, and gradual understanding, rather than the dramatic demonstrations that characterize many other magical subjects. Students learn to approach bog studies with the same quiet reverence they might bring to a library or sacred space, understanding that swampland magic reveals its secrets only to those who take the time to truly observe and listen to the subtle lessons the wetland environment provides. Consider the unique challenges faced by herbology professors when introducing students to bog plants, whose magical properties often depend on complex environmental factors that cannot be easily replicated in standard greenhouse conditions. The most effective educational approaches involve creating miniature bog ecosystems within specially designed classroom environments, where students can observe the intricate relationships between water chemistry, atmospheric humidity, and magical plant development under carefully controlled but authentically bog-like conditions. The safety protocols developed for student expeditions to natural swamplands represent some of the most sophisticated magical risk management techniques in educational use. These comprehensive systems include environmental monitoring charms that detect dangerous magical fluctuations, emergency transportation spells designed to work reliably in high magic wetland environments, and specialized protective equipment that shields students from harmful bog gases while allowing them to experience the authentic magical atmosphere of the swamp. The practical applications taught in swamp magic courses often focus on skills that prove invaluable throughout a wizard's career, regardless of their eventual specialization. Students learn water purification techniques that work as effectively in emergency situations as they do in controlled laboratory settings, environmental assessment methods that can detect magical contamination or disturbance in any ecosystem, and collaborative magic practices that teach them to work harmoniously with magical creatures and natural forces. The assessment methods used in swamp magic education differ significantly from the standardized testing approaches employed in more theoretical subjects. Students are typically evaluated based on their ability to demonstrate practical skills in authentic bog environments, their success in maintaining long-term observation projects that track ecosystem changes over months or even years, and their development of intuitive understanding that allows them to sense and respond appropriately to shifting magical conditions. Advanced students in swamp magic programs often participate in research projects that contribute genuine value to the broader magical community's understanding of wetland ecosystems. These collaborative investigations might involve tracking the migration patterns of magical creatures through international bog systems, documenting the effects of climate change on magical plant communities, or developing new techniques for restoring damaged wetland environments. The international exchange programs that have developed around swamp magic education provide students with opportunities to experience bog ecosystems in different magical traditions and geographic regions. Ho has learned bog diving techniques in the Scottish Highlands, might spend a semester studying tropical swamp magic in the magical reserves of Southeast Asia, gaining perspective on how different cultures approach the same fundamental magical principles. The apprenticeship opportunities available through swamp magic education often lead to careers that might not exist without specialized wetland training. Graduates become magical environmental consultants, bog ecosystem restoration specialists, magical creature rehabilitation experts, and advisors to magical governments on wetland conservation policy. The interdisciplinary nature of swamp magic studies prepares students for careers that bridge traditional magical specializations. The philosophical dimensions of swamp magic education extend far beyond technical skill development to encompass lessons about patience, humility, and respect for natural wisdom that prove valuable in all aspects of magical practice. Students who learn to work within the gentle rhythms of bog magic often develop more sustainable approaches to magical problem solving, favoring gradual, harmonious solutions over forceful interventions that might create unintended consequences. The collaborative learning approaches used in swamp magic courses encourage students to work together in ways that mirror the cooperative relationships observed in healthy wetland ecosystems. Group projects might involve teams of students taking responsibility for different aspects of a bog restoration effort, learning to coordinate their individual magical talents in service of shared environmental goals. The emotional and psychological benefits of swamp magic education have become increasingly recognized by magical educators seeking to address the stress and anxiety that often accompany intensive magical training. The meditative qualities of bog environments provide natural opportunities for relaxation and reflection, while the gradual pace of swamp magic development helps students learn patience and persistence in their magical studies. The integration of swamp magic principles into other magical subjects has led to innovative teaching approaches across the curriculum. Potions classes might include units on bog brewing techniques. Defense against the dark arts courses could explore how swamp magic's purification properties counter dark enchantments, and transfiguration lessons might examine how bog creatures adapt their forms to changing environmental conditions. The library resources dedicated to swamp magic education often include living collections of bog specimens preserved in enchanted terrariums, allowing students to observe authentic wetland magical phenomena without the logistical challenges of field trips to distant swamplands. These educational collections require careful maintenance by specialized librarians who understand both preservation techniques and the complex needs of magical bog ecosystems. The research methodologies taught in advanced swamp magic courses emphasize long-term observation and pattern recognition skills that prove valuable in many magical disciplines. Students learn to maintain detailed observation logs, recognize subtle environmental changes that might indicate important magical developments, and develop hypotheses based on gradual accumulation of evidence rather than dramatic experimental interventions. The ethical frameworks developed around swamp magic education stress the importance of environmental stewardship and responsible magical practice. Students learn not just how to use bog magic effectively, but how to ensure that their magical activities contribute positively to the health and sustainability of wetland ecosystems for future generations. The technological innovations being incorporated into swamp magic education include magical monitoring devices that allow students to track environmental conditions remotely, communication systems that work reliably in high magic bog environments, and virtual reality systems that provide safe introductory experiences to dangerous swampland conditions. The mentorship programs that connect advanced swamp magic students with practicing bog specialists provide invaluable real-world experience and professional networking opportunities. These relationships often continue long after graduation, creating informal networks of swamp magic practitioners who collaborate on conservation projects and share knowledge about emerging challenges and opportunities in wetland magic. The documentation projects undertaken by student researchers contribute to growing archives of swamp magic knowledge that benefit the entire magical community. These comprehensive records include detailed observations of seasonal magical cycles, catalogs of regional variations in bog plant properties, and historical studies of how human magical activities have affected wetland ecosystems over time. As we imagine students returning from their bog expedition, their robes slightly damp with magical mist, and their notebooks filled with careful observations and newfound wonder, we appreciate how swamp magic education nurtures not just technical competence, but wisdom, patience, and deep respect for the natural magical world. In the quiet classrooms where young wizards first learn to listen to the whispered teachings of the bog, what insights about magic, nature, and their own potential continue to emerge from patient study of the wetland's ancient wisdom. Chapter 10. International Variations of Swamp Magic. Across the vast tapestry of our magical world, where different cultures have evolved their own unique relationships with the mystical forces that flow through wetland environments, we discover a rich diversity of swamp magic traditions that reflect both the universal properties of bog ecosystems and the distinctive wisdom of regional magical practices. Tonight, we embark on a gentle journey around the globe, exploring how witches and wizards from different continents have developed their own approaches to harnessing the patient power of swampland magic. Allow your imagination to carry you first to the misty bayous of Louisiana, where the ancient magical traditions of Creole and Cajun communities have created perhaps the most renowned swamp magic culture in the Americas. In the shadow of Spanish moss and the glow of fireflies that dance with otherworldly light, practitioners have developed magical techniques that blend African ancestral wisdom, Native American plant knowledge, and European ceremonial traditions into something entirely unique and powerfully effective. The Louisiana Bayou tradition emphasizes the musical qualities inherent in swamp magic, recognizing that the natural rhythms of wetland life create magical harmonies that can be amplified and directed through song, dance, and instrumental music. Practitioners use handmade drums whose skins have been blessed in sacred bog waters, creating percussion instruments that resonate with the deep bass notes of bullfrogs and the gentle percussion of water drops falling from cypress branches. Picture yourself drifting through these mysterious waterways on a flat-bottomed boat guided by a local bog witch, whose soft humming seems to part the morning mist and encourage helpful spirits to reveal safe passage through the maze of channels and hidden pools. The magic here flows like honey through water, sweet and slow and incredibly powerful, drawing strength from the accumulated spiritual energy of generations who have lived in harmony with the ancient rhythms of the wetlands. Travel now across the Atlantic to the peat bogs of Ireland, where Celtic magical traditions have maintained an unbroken connection to swamp magic for over 2,000 years. The Irish approach to bog magic emphasizes storytelling and oral tradition, recognizing that the magical properties of peat deposits include the ability to preserve not just physical objects but memories, emotions, and the essence of spoken words. Irish bog druids have developed sophisticated techniques for storing magical knowledge within peat formations, creating living libraries where important spells, historical records, and cultural wisdom can be preserved for centuries without degradation. The process involves carefully preparing peat moss with specific blessing ceremonies, then speaking the information to be preserved directly into the organic matrix, while it undergoes the slow transformation that creates bog deposits. The mystical connection between Irish bog magic and the realm of the spirits manifests in the tradition of bog walking, a dangerous but profoundly spiritual practice, where experienced mystics learn to traverse the boundaries between our world and the other world by following specific pathways through ancient peat deposits. These spiritual journeys often provide guidance for important community decisions and healing insights for individuals suffering from ailments that resist conventional magical treatment. Journey southward to the vast Amazon basin, where indigenous magical communities have developed swamp magic practices that emphasize the collaborative relationship between human practitioners and the incredible diversity of magical creatures that inhabit the rainforest wetlands. The Amazonian approach recognizes that the complexity of jungle swamp ecosystems requires magical techniques that can work harmoniously with hundreds of different species, each contributing their own unique magical properties to the collective power of the wetland. Amazonian swamp shamans spend years learning to communicate with the various magical plants and animals that share their wetland homes, developing personal relationships with specific trees, vines, and aquatic creatures that serve as magical partners rather than mere sources of ingredients. These collaborative magical practices produce healing ceremonies and protective rituals of extraordinary complexity and effectiveness, drawing upon the combined wisdom of entire ecosystems rather than relying solely on human magical knowledge. The plant medicine traditions of Amazonian swamp magic involve working with magical vines and fungi that grow only in the unique conditions created by flooded forest environments. These powerful botanical allies produce visionary experiences that allow practitioners to perceive the interconnected magical networks that link all life within the wetland ecosystem, providing insights that inform both magical practice and environmental stewardship. Venture now to the mystical mangrove swamps of Southeast Asia, where magical traditions influenced by Buddhist and Hindu philosophy have created approaches to swamp magic that emphasize meditation, mindfulness, and the cultivation of inner harmony that reflects the balance found in healthy wetland ecosystems. The Southeast Asian tradition recognizes swamp magic as a path towards spiritual enlightenment, using the patient rhythms of bog life as a model for personal magical development. The floating meditation gardens maintained by Southeast Asian bog monasteries represent some of the most sophisticated magical horticulture in the world, where specially cultivated lotus varieties have been bred to enhance different aspects of magical consciousness. Practitioners spend hours in contemplation among these floating gardens, learning to synchronize their own magical energy with the natural cycles of wetland life. The architectural traditions of Southeast Asian swamp magic create temple complexes that exist in perfect harmony with their wetland environments, their buildings rising from the water like natural formations, while providing spaces for community gathering and magical ceremony. These structures use living bamboo and other water-adapted plants as primary building materials, creating temples that grow and change with the seasons while maintaining structural integrity for centuries. Cross the Pacific to explore the volcanic bog magic traditions of New Zealand, where Maori magical practices have evolved techniques specifically adapted to the unique conditions created by geothermal activity in wetland environments. The combination of bog magic with volcanic energy creates particularly potent conditions for magical work, though it also requires sophisticated safety protocols and deep understanding of both magical traditions. New Zealand bog magic emphasizes the connection between earth energy and water magic, recognizing that the thermal springs and geysers that feed many wetlands carry magical properties from deep within the earth. Practitioners learn to work with these powerful geological forces, using them to enhance healing ceremonies and protective rituals, while maintaining careful respect for the potentially dangerous energies involved. Return to Europe to discover the unique traditions of Scandinavian bog magic, where the extreme seasonal variations of northern climates have created magical practices that emphasize adaptation, resilience, and the ability to work effectively with bog magic under challenging environmental conditions. The long winters of the far north require swamp magic practitioners to develop techniques that remain effective even when their wetland homes are frozen for months at a time. Scandinavian bog magic includes sophisticated ice magic techniques that allow practitioners to work with frozen bog water and ice-preserved magical plants throughout the winter months. These practices have produced some of the most durable preservation methods known to magical science, capable of maintaining the magical properties of sensitive ingredients for decades or even centuries when properly applied. The ancient traditions of Germanic bog magic, documented in archaeological sites throughout northern Europe, reveal magical practices that may represent some of the oldest swamp magic traditions in the world. These ancient techniques, partially reconstructed from bog-preserved artifacts and ritual sites, emphasize the sacred nature of wetland environments and the importance of maintaining proper relationships with the spirits that inhabit these magical places. Explore the distinctive characteristics of African wetland magic traditions, where the seasonal flooding cycles of major river systems have created magical practices that work with dramatic environmental changes and the migration patterns of both magical and mundane creatures. African bog magic emphasizes community cooperation and shared magical responsibility, recognizing that wetland ecosystems require collective stewardship to remain healthy and magically productive. The desert oasis magic traditions of North Africa and the Middle East represent unique adaptations of swamp magic principles to arid environments, where rare wetland areas become incredibly precious and powerful magical sites. These traditions have developed highly specialized techniques for maximizing the magical potential of limited water resources while ensuring the sustainability of these vital magical environments. The modern exchange programs that connect swamp magic practitioners from different cultural traditions have led to innovative hybrid techniques that combine the best aspects of various regional approaches. These international collaborations have produced new magical methods that are more effective and environmentally sustainable than traditional practices, while respecting the cultural heritage and wisdom embedded in each regional tradition. The documentation efforts undertaken by international magical organizations have created comprehensive archives of regional swamp magic practices, ensuring that traditional knowledge is preserved even as environmental changes threaten the wetland ecosystems that gave birth to these remarkable magical traditions. As our global journey through the diverse traditions of swamp magic draws to a gentle close, we carry with us a deeper appreciation for both the universal principles that govern bog magic and the beautiful diversity of cultural approaches that have evolved to work with these ancient powers. In the mists that rise from wetlands around the world, carrying with them the accumulated wisdom of countless magical traditions, what new insights might emerge from the continuing exchange of knowledge between practitioners who share a common love for the patient, persistent magic of the bog. Chapter 11. The Conservation of Magical Swamplands. In the gentle twilight of our modern magical age, where the ancient wisdom of swampland ecosystems faces unprecedented challenges from a rapidly changing world, dedicated conservationists work tirelessly to preserve these irreplaceable magical environments for future generations. Tonight, we explore the vital efforts being undertaken to protect the mystical wetlands that have served as sanctuaries, laboratories, and spiritual homes for magical communities throughout recorded history. Picture yourself standing with a team of magical conservationists at the edge of a threatened bog, where the subtle signs of environmental stress are visible to those trained to recognize them. The dimming luminescence of magical plants, the altered migration patterns of bog sprites, and the slowly changing chemistry of waters that have maintained perfect magical balance for centuries. These dedicated individuals work with the patient persistence that characterizes swamp magic itself, understanding that meaningful conservation requires long-term commitment and deep respect for the complex systems they seek to protect. The threats facing magical swamplands come from many sources, each presenting unique challenges that require specialized conservation approaches. Urban expansion from the Muggle world increasingly encroaches upon the remote areas where magical wetlands have traditionally existed in hidden safety, while climate change alters precipitation patterns and temperature ranges that magical bog ecosystems have depended upon for millennia. The invisible pollution that affects magical environments proves particularly challenging to address, as industrial activities in the mundane world release substances that may not harm ordinary ecosystems, but can severely disrupt the delicate magical balances that allow bog magic to flourish. Heavy metals, synthetic chemicals, and electromagnetic radiation from modern technology all contribute to what magical environmentalists call thermic disruption, the gradual degradation of natural magical fields that support wetland ecosystems. Consider the painstaking work of magical water quality specialists who monitor bog pools for signs of contamination, using both traditional divination techniques and modern magical instrumentation to detect pollutants that might threaten the health of magical plants and creatures. Their research has revealed that even trace amounts of certain synthetic substances can interfere with the reproduction cycles of water sprites and disrupt the magical photosynthesis processes that allow bog plants to convert moonlight into usable magical energy. The Ministry of Magic's Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has developed comprehensive protection protocols for endangered magical species that depend on swampland habitats. These efforts include the establishment of protected reserves, where magical creatures can breed and raise their young without interference, along with rehabilitation programs for individuals injured by environmental degradation or illegal poaching activities. The complex legal frameworks governing magical wetland conservation involve cooperation between multiple magical governments, as many bog ecosystems cross international boundaries and support migratory magical creatures that require protection throughout their range. The International Confederation of Wizards has established the Wetland Preservation Treaty, a comprehensive agreement that sets standards for magical environmental protection and provides mechanisms for addressing transnational conservation challenges. The restoration techniques developed by magical conservationists draw upon both cutting-edge magical research and ancient traditional knowledge preserved by bog-dwelling communities. These sophisticated approaches involve carefully reintroducing native magical plant species, rebalancing water chemistry using blessed minerals and purified bog waters, and gradually rebuilding the complex magical field structures that support healthy wetland ecosystems. The most successful restoration projects involve close collaboration between professional conservationists and local magical communities who possess generations of experience working with specific bog systems. These partnerships combine scientific expertise with traditional ecological knowledge, creating restoration approaches that are both technically sound and culturally appropriate for the magical communities that depend on these environments. Consider the remarkable recovery of the Thornwick Bog in northern England, where a decade-long restoration effort has successfully reversed the damage caused by nearby industrial development. The project involved removing contaminated sediments, replanting native magical vegetation, and gradually reintroducing populations of magical creatures that had been displaced by environmental degradation. Today, the restored bog supports thriving communities of both magical wildlife and human bog dwellers who serve as permanent guardians of the recovered ecosystem. The research programs supported by magical conservation organizations have produced important advances in understanding how bog ecosystems function and respond to environmental pressures. This scientific knowledge proves essential for developing effective protection strategies and predicting how magical wetlands might be affected by future environmental changes. The education initiatives undertaken by conservation groups help raise awareness about the importance of magical wetland preservation among both magical and non-magical communities. These programs include school visits, public demonstrations of bog magic techniques, and collaborative projects that allow participants to contribute directly to conservation efforts while learning about wetland ecology and magical environmental science. The volunteer programs that support magical wetland conservation provide opportunities for ordinary witches and wizards to contribute meaningfully to environmental protection efforts. Volunteers assist with habitat monitoring, species surveys, restoration planting, and educational outreach, creating a broad base of community support for conservation initiatives while developing public understanding of environmental challenges facing magical ecosystems. The funding mechanisms that support magical conservation work include both traditional sources, like magical government appropriations, and innovative approaches, such as magical ecotourism programs, that allow visitors to experience bog environments while contributing financially to their protection. These sustainable funding models help ensure that conservation efforts can continue over the long time periods required for meaningful environmental restoration. The technological innovations being applied to magical conservation include improved monitoring equipment that can detect subtle changes in magical field strength, communication systems that allow remote observation of sensitive wildlife populations, and mapping techniques that help identify previously unknown magical wetland areas that may require protection. The international exchange programs that connect magical conservationists from different countries have facilitated the sharing of successful conservation techniques and the development of standardized approaches to common environmental challenges. These collaborative efforts have proven particularly valuable for addressing threats that affect multiple bog ecosystems across large geographic regions. The private conservation initiatives undertaken by wealthy magical families and charitable organizations have established numerous protected bog preserves that serve as refuges for endangered magical species and as research sites for studying wetland ecology. These privately funded conservation areas often pioneer innovative protection techniques that are later adopted by government conservation programs. The Habitat Corridor projects that connect isolated magical wetlands help support the migration and dispersal needs of magical creatures while creating redundant protection for species that might otherwise be vulnerable to localized environmental disasters. These corridor systems require careful planning and ongoing maintenance, but provide essential connectivity for maintaining genetic diversity in magical wildlife populations. The climate adaptation strategies being developed by conservation scientists help prepare magical wetlands for the environmental changes that are likely to occur over the coming decades. These approaches include assisted migration of magical species to more suitable habitats, development of climate-resistant magical plant varieties, and modification of bog water management systems to cope with altered precipitation patterns. The community-based conservation programs that empower local magical communities to take primary responsibility for protecting their local wetland environments have proven remarkably effective at achieving long-term conservation goals. These grassroots initiatives combine environmental protection with economic development, creating sustainable livelihoods for bog dwellers while ensuring the continued health of their magical ecosystems. The emergency response protocols developed for addressing acute threats to magical wetlands enable rapid intervention when bog ecosystems face immediate danger from pollution incidents, magical accidents, or other environmental crises. These response systems include specialized teams trained in magical environmental cleanup techniques and stockpiles of emergency supplies needed for rapid habitat stabilization. The monitoring networks that track the health of magical wetlands across multiple continents provide early warning of emerging environmental threats and help conservation managers make informed decisions about resource allocation and protection priorities. These comprehensive surveillance systems use both automated monitoring equipment and regular surveys by trained magical naturalists. The success stories emerging from magical wetland conservation efforts provide hope and inspiration for continued environmental protection work. These achievements demonstrate that with adequate resources, scientific knowledge, and community support, even severely damaged magical ecosystems can be restored to health and productivity. As we reflect on the dedicated efforts of those who work to preserve these precious magical environments, we are reminded that conservation is ultimately an act of faith in the future, a commitment to ensuring that the patient wisdom of swamp magic will continue to enrich our world for generations yet to come. In the quiet waters where conservationists labor with the same gentle persistence that characterizes bog magic itself, what new approaches to environmental protection might emerge from the growing understanding of how magical and mundane ecosystems interconnect and support each other? Chapter 12. The Future of Swamp Magic. As we stand at the threshold between present understanding and future possibility, gazing out across the misty expanse of magical wetlands that have nurtured human civilization for millennia, we find ourselves contemplating the remarkable potential that lies ahead for swamp magic in our rapidly evolving world. Tonight, in this final chapter of our gentle journey through the mystical realm of bog ecosystems, we explore the emerging innovations, evolving applications, and transformative possibilities that may reshape how future generations understand and work with the patient wisdom of the swamplands. Picture yourself in a modern magical research facility built in perfect harmony with its wetland environment, where crystal viewing chambers allow researchers to observe bog ecosystems without disturbing their delicate balance, and where living laboratories grow seamlessly from the swampland itself. Here, young magical researchers work alongside experienced bog masters, their collaborative efforts representing the synthesis of ancient wisdom and contemporary innovation that characterizes the future of swamp magic. The technological integration occurring in modern swamp magic research has produced remarkable advances in our understanding of how bog ecosystems function at the most fundamental levels. Magical instruments capable of detecting individual magical field fluctuations now allow researchers to map the precise energy flows that create and sustain wetland magic, revealing patterns and connections that were invisible to previous generations of bog scholars. These detailed magical field maps have led to the development of what researchers call precision bog magic, techniques that allow practitioners to work with unprecedented accuracy and efficiency by understanding exactly how their magical inputs will interact with the complex energy networks that exist within healthy swampland ecosystems. This scientific approach to bog magic promises to revolutionize everything from potion brewing to magical creature rehabilitation. Consider the emerging field of magical biotechnology, where researchers are learning to work with the remarkable organisms that exist only in bog environments, developing new applications for magical bacteria, fungi, and other microorganisms that have evolved unique abilities over millions of years of exposure to wetland magic. These tiny allies show extraordinary promise for addressing some of the most challenging problems facing modern magical society. The agricultural applications of advanced swamp magic techniques are transforming how magical communities approach food production and sustainable living. Researchers have developed bog-adapted crop varieties that can grow in marginal lands while actually improving soil quality and magical field strength, offering hope for feeding growing magical populations without depleting natural resources or damaging existing ecosystems. The medical breakthroughs emerging from swamp magic research include new therapeutic approaches that harness the natural healing properties of bog environments in ways that were previously impossible. Advanced healing chambers that recreate the precise conditions found in the most therapeutically beneficial wetlands allow patients to receive bog-based treatments regardless of their geographic location, democratizing access to these powerful healing modalities. The environmental restoration applications of modern swamp magic represent perhaps the most hopeful aspect of current research trends. Scientists have discovered methods for using concentrated bog magic to accelerate the healing of damaged ecosystems, not just magical wetlands but other environmental systems that have been harmed by pollution, climate change, or magical accidents. These restoration techniques work by establishing temporary bog-like conditions in damaged areas, allowing the patient persistent healing properties of swamp magic to gradually repair disrupted magical balances and restore natural functionality to degraded environments. Early trials have shown remarkable success in healing forests damaged by dark magic, purifying lakes contaminated by alchemical waste, and even restoring magical properties to areas that have been affected by excessive Muggle technology. The space exploration applications of swamp magic may seem surprising, but researchers have discovered that the self-contained, sustainable ecosystem principles that govern bog environments offer valuable insights for creating magical habitats in extraterrestrial environments. The patient, efficient energy cycles that characterize wetland magic could prove essential for establishing long-term magical colonies on other worlds. The communication technologies being developed using bog magic principles have produced revolutionary advances in long-distance magical messaging and information storage. The natural preservation and transmission properties of swamp environments inspire new approaches to magical communication that are more reliable, secure, and energy efficient than traditional methods. The artificial intelligence research being conducted in magical wetlands explores how the collective intelligence that emerges from complex bog ecosystems might inform the development of magical computing systems. The way that thousands of individual organisms in a healthy swamp coordinate their activities to create emergent behaviors far more sophisticated than any single creature could achieve offers profound insights for magical technology development. The therapeutic applications of virtual bog environments allow practitioners to provide swamp magic healing to patients who cannot travel to natural wetlands due to health, security, or logistical constraints. These magically enhanced simulation systems recreate not just the physical conditions of bog environments, but their essential magical properties, providing authentic therapeutic experiences in controlled clinical settings. The educational innovations emerging from swamp magic research include immersive learning environments, where students can experience the complete life cycle of bog ecosystems in accelerated time, gaining decades of observational experience in just a few hours of carefully structured magical education. These advanced teaching methods promise to produce graduates with unprecedented understanding of wetland ecology and bog magic principles. The conservation applications of future swamp magic techniques include methods for creating portable bog refuges that can preserve endangered magical species and ecosystem samples, even if their original habitats are threatened or destroyed. These living arc technologies ensure that the irreplaceable biological and magical diversity of wetland environments can be maintained and eventually restored even under the most challenging circumstances. The urban planning applications of bog magic principles are inspiring the development of magical cities that incorporate wetland ecosystem features into their fundamental design, creating urban environments that are more sustainable, healthier for their inhabitants, and capable of supporting magical practices that require connection to natural magical fields. The climate adaptation strategies being developed using swamp magic include techniques for helping existing bog ecosystems adjust to changing environmental conditions while maintaining their essential magical properties. These approaches could prove crucial for preserving magical wetlands as global climate patterns continue to shift over the coming decades. The energy applications of advanced bog magic research have revealed methods for harvesting and storing the persistent energy that accumulates in wetland environments over long periods. These bog-based power systems offer possibilities for sustainable magical energy production that could reduce dependence on more environmentally demanding magical energy sources. The artistic and cultural applications of future swamp magic include new forms of magical expression that incorporate living bog ecosystems as collaborative partners in creative works. These bio-artistic collaborations produce artworks that evolve and change over time, reflecting the dynamic, living nature of the wetland environments that inspire them. The philosophical implications of advancing swamp magic research challenge traditional assumptions about the relationship between magical practitioners and natural environments. As our understanding of bog ecosystems deepens, we increasingly recognize that effective swamp magic requires not mastery over nature, but genuine partnership with the complex living systems that create and maintain wetland magic. The international cooperation initiatives being developed around swamp magic research promise to create unprecedented levels of collaboration between magical communities worldwide. The universal principles that govern bog magic provide common ground for cooperative research and development projects that transcend political and cultural boundaries. The legacy preservation projects that use advanced swamp magic techniques ensure that the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of bog-dwelling communities will be maintained and transmitted to future generations, even as traditional lifestyles face pressure from modernization and environmental change. The integration possibilities that emerge from combining swamp magic with other magical disciplines suggest future developments that could revolutionize magical practice across all areas of wizarding life. The patient, holistic approach that characterizes bog magic offers valuable insights for improving everything from defensive spells to international magical diplomacy. As our exploration of swamp magic draws to its gentle conclusion, we find ourselves filled not with endings but with beginnings, not with closure but with opening possibilities. The future of bog magic stretches ahead like a misty pathway through uncharted wetlands, promising discoveries and developments that we can barely imagine from our current vantage point. The patient wisdom of the Swamplands reminds us that the most profound changes often occur gradually, like the slow accumulation of magical energy in bog deposits. or the gentle transformation of landscapes by persistent water flow. The future of swamp magic will likely unfold with the same gentle persistence, bringing changes that seem small, day by day, but prove revolutionary when viewed across the sweep of decades and centuries. In the eternal mists where past wisdom meets future possibility, where ancient bog magic continues its patient work of growth and transformation, what remarkable developments await discovery by those who approach the wetlands with respect, curiosity, and the willingness to learn from the timeless teachings of the swamp.